do.
You need to see him. I guess Michael or some of them will be back over here just next week.
So, who was the other guy? Was there 2 attorneys with you?
Yes.
Was the other one Scott Poole?
Yes.
Okay. I guess Michael did all the talking. He was the lead attorney.
Yeah. Although Scott's name is the one on the sign out front.
Yeah. Well, that's the one that Bobby knew, the person that knew him and suggested him, so I'm at least proud he's in the corner.
Yeah.
That means he's at least got a reputable firm.
Yeah.
And for him to be there with him is, I think that's huge too. Because he can give directive if he needs to.
Yeah. But that was what Michael had told me was what Bobby had told you.
Yeah. I hope he can man up to it. He needs to.
Well, I think once the evidence, all the evidence comes back in,
Yeah.
we haven't done anything. So,
That's the whole thing. You haven't done anything, you didn't do anything, and then,
but I was glad that Amanda felt it better.
yeah.
She told me that she had told me right off the bat that she had talked to you.
Well, good. Well, like I said, Chad did most of the talking, but she was there. I mean, she started the conversation, but he did most of the talking. But it was a very good conversation, and I was most thankful for it. And I think I answered her questions.
So I think she was just scared that you had,
Yeah. I think I answered her questions.
Well, she said you took notes.
It was a good conversation, and I'm glad that it ended very well.
Good.
Yeah.
She's a good kid.
Yes, she is. And he is too.
He is. Bless their heart, they've had the weight of the world put on them.
Yeah. They certainly have.
I mean, I guess that, I want a lot of questions answered as to.
Yeah, I didn't, of course, I had no way of knowing, but she was telling me that all the Farrises were there.
Yeah. I mean, I was told when I walked in just to look straight down and not look back, because they had cameras all lined up, right there. Patricia was not there.
Oh, okay.
But John and Sherry were.
Right. And yours, and I reckon Jenna was there.
Yeah.
She said Jenna looked like hell.
She said Emily looked like hell, too.
Yeah.
She said, Emily, she said she is way smaller than I am.
Wow.
Yeah. I said, well, was she pregnant? She said, no.
Thank goodness for that. I wonder if Chris Payne was there.
She was not there, but we didn't know where Olivia was either, so.
Wow. Yeah. They were probably close.
Well, I was taken in like an armored, thing.
Right.
And I was backed. They backed into the courthouse and put the door down so I could see out and see, and then when we pulled out, we kind of went out a back way. So.
Right.
But Amanda and Chad left pretty quickly after court and then went back and talked to Michael.
Yeah, that's good, too. That'll help her and both of them to be able to talk to him and understand what's going on.
Yeah, and that's what, because I asked him right before they took me out, he said that, he said, is there anything you want me to tell her? I said, just explain this to her,
Right.
He said he would.
That's good. Just tell them what's happening so they can understand it.
Yeah. Hell, I want to understand it.
Yeah, for real. You and me both. Understanding is you're the easy target.
Oh, I know. I do know that. Are you supposed to talk to him again?
Hey, Bobby?
Yeah.
Yes.
Will that be next week?
Yeah. He told me to, he told me to call him anytime that I knew, heard anything. I'm sort of hoping that your guy contacts him and they talk.
Oh. Well, he did say he wanted to talk to you, so.
Well, I think that's probably very doable, but I think that they would have to do it through Bobby, and then Bobby would tell me to.
This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
Got 2 minutes, baby.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you too. Oh,
Be strong. Be strong.
you be strong.
I am.
I know. I am too. Gaining strength.
Were you really scared I wasn't going to die you today?
Yeah.
Come on now. Thought you knew me better than that.
And I thought I did, and now I know I do. So. Thank you.
Kind of wish you'd give me a heads up on it, but.
Well, part of the chess match.
I know.
This call will be terminated in 1 minute.
All right, baby. I love you.
All right, darling. I love you too.
I'll call you in the morning when I can.
Okay.
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 If you will, because the weekends are kind of like a scattered kind of thing, so just keep your phone with you all the time because it'll be kind of a different schedule. So.
Okay, yeah, it's the tough part. I never know when you're going to call. So
I know.
as soon as I get in the shower, you call. And as soon as,
I know.
We sit down at dinner. Anyway, I'll do everything I can, darling.
Okay. Thank you. I love you.
Okay. I love you.
All.
Be safe. All right. All, darling. All right.
Call 15, July 6, 2019, 14 minutes and 4 seconds.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from an inmate at a correctional facility. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed and may automatically disconnect this call. This call is also subject to being recorded or monitored. Your call has been accepted.
David? What you doing?
I just got let fella out.
Okay.
Doggy duty.
Are you driving?
I am. I'm just before I pull over.
Oh, okay. Have you looked at the recent news?
Huh?
Have you looked at any recent news online?
No.
Well, you need to.
Okay.
Tell me if there's anything new that... Where are they this weekend?
Somewhere baseball. I don't really have no idea. I think they were in Nashville last night. I saw a picture a little while ago. It was dinner in Nashville. And it was Deanna and Mason together. And I got a picture yesterday of Mason in a baseball uniform somewhere.
What's Andrea up to today?
Do what?
What's Andrea up to today?
I think she probably just got up or just woke up because she had called me and asked me had I been to let Bella out yet. I told her no, I was on my way.
How are things with them?
I was just floating along, I reckon. Everybody's played pretty.
I'm assuming that she knows about all this.
Her and Deanna had to sit down. Her and Deanna and Karen have had to sit down.
And?
I know Andrea watched the court yesterday.
Okay. Is that better?
No better. You got your phone where you can Google it and see?
Don't think it'll let me do it.
Oh, you don't have your other one?
The only thing that was in print yesterday afternoon was, they printed what I had said, the whole point is this. They left out the
Recount.
Uh-huh.
Well, I had just overheard some people talking in here, and because there's something that came out late last night.
I'll look again. I haven't looked at it this morning. I'll look again.
I'll try to call you back this afternoon.
Okay.
What are you going to do today?
Not that far ahead.
What's the weather doing there?
It's pretty. No clouds and hot, just like it has been. Already 81 degrees. It's like 90.
Well, it stormed here last night. It was very foggy this morning. It's still cloudy looking. So.
It was like the 4th. In places, it stormed and it went from 92 degrees to 74 degrees. Before dark, it was back up to 88 degrees and, steamy.
So did y'all go out to the Nichols?
Yeah. yesterday. It was just plain old hot. I had one deal that I'm working on, and I got a machine set up to be delivered Monday morning to come to this guy. This guy that owns the storage buildings, got to meet everybody.
Oh, okay. I love you.
I love you.
Did you tell Andrea that I was not upset with you?
Yes. She did.
Well, you and I know the truth. I know I didn't do anything, so.
True, I just wish they would look at the ones that did.
I know. But it will come out.
Hoping so much. It needs to.
That's not the story they want.
No. No. This is the easy pickings.
Well, yeah. Today's Cameron's birthday, so.
Do they have her?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know whether they have her all day or not. I don't know. But she said they were going to Longhorn and eating dinner, so I'm assuming that, so I don't know whether they'll take her home after that. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe they'll have a bit of a good day and a distraction.
Well, yeah, what I told her, I said, just try to,
Sorry for me.
Did you ever take MJ cherry limeade?
No, I did not. And I need to go back and see her today. I really need to go sit down and talk to her again.
Yeah, tell her, I wonder if the perfect ones have been over there, do you know?
Don't know. I know Bruce had been over, took her to the doctor and, I don't know. There was, when I went in the other day, there was a lady from church there. And,
It hasn't made like the Tullahoma news, has it?
no, but we'll see what comes out tomorrow.
I mean, it didn't make like Nashville news or anything.
Not yet.
But
Nobody's gotten a phone call yet.
I guess you've heard from. See, have you?
No.
Would you wind up telling George?
The very minimum.
Okay. How'd you ask him to kind of keep it?
Yeah. Which is not necessarily the easiest thing to do with George.
No, but I'm kind of thinking maybe he,
I think he's got enough class about him that, for the most part, keeps his mouth shut. Andrew and Greg's buddy, Brad and Kelly, live right around the corner. Brad
Right.
works at the same place. Brad told Andrea that George had just asked him, "Do you know anything about our mutual friend?" And Brad just told him, "No, I don't know anything." That's pretty well it. it, so I wouldn't worry about that. That's the least of the worries. Your safety and getting them to look at the right ones.
Yeah. Get me out of here so I can work on that.
Yeah. You and Amanda got to
Do what now?
get them, but y'all got to get Michael to get the Georgia people to, you know, make sure they investigate the right people.
Oh, yeah. And I want the test results.
Yeah. And no, you didn't do it, and I'm thinking
Just what?
it's a setup.
Oh, I know so. Oh, I know so.
I heard on that thing yesterday too many times. Scott went in the house. Chris went in the house. Scott went in the house. Chris went in the house. Like, wait a minute.
I heard too many, I don't recall.
Yeah.
No, I'll be glad for you to have a sit down with Bobby.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you.
Did you ever talk to Amanda about putting money on this or whatever so she doesn't have to bear the burden of all the cost of the phone?
Did I do what?
Did you ever talk to Amanda about how to put money on this for the phone?
On what you're talking of?
Yeah.
No, I don't know how it's even done.
All right. Well, talk to Amanda about it so that she doesn't have to bear the burden of all mine and your conversation.
Oh, that's handled.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Darling.
I'm glad you all did have a good conversation with each other yesterday.
Me too. Very much so.
She and Tad both are.
They're good.
Yeah.
They're good people.
I did good on one of them.
You did good on one of them.
This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
And Chad he's standing right there beside her.
Yeah, I know. They're supposed to be over here at some point in time tomorrow. So.
All right. All right. Well, I'll look at everything online.
And I'll try to call you back as soon as I can. So I'll call you back after next. You know. I love you.
I love you.
All.
All right.
Talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
Call 16 has already been introduced with Rusty Barton, so I'm going to skip to call 17. July 8th, 2019, 4 minutes and 47 seconds.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from an inmate at a correctional facility. Three-way or call waiting if your call has been accepted.
Thank you.
Dave, yeah, are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got to talk to Bobby for a minute. On
Do
the
what?
phone. I only got to talk to Bobby for a minute on the phone. He just had a family emergency.
Okay.
was done in good faith and total belief that you hadn't done anything.
Okay. Is she going to get in touch with the people here?
Yes. Yes, and I gave Chad his number so he could give it to yours too.
Okay. So you talked to Chad too?
I texted him.
Okay.
That way he could make sure that your guy had Bobby's name.
Okay. Well, is Bobby going to try to contact him?
Yes. Yeah, he said he would try to either this afternoon or in the morning.
What are you doing? Darwin,
Ready?
what are you doing?
Waiting on my customer to fill out a credit application so I can get it to you.
Anything else with them?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty, we have just a few minutes.
All in total belief that we didn't do nothing, and I know that.
Well, I just hate seeing Amanda so upset about it.
Well, I do too. But, we'll let them two talk and we'll see what they say.
Okay.
Okay? None of this is fun, and none of this is good. It's exactly good.
Anything?
I love you. All, baby. All, baby.
Forward.
Forward, baby. Definitely.
Gotta get me out of here.
Yes. The next step.
Alrighty. Is everything okay with Bobby?
Yes. Yes. I mean, I don't know what the family emergency is, but yes. It's okay.
Alrighty. Well, we have just a few minutes in between.
He felt good.
Huh?
He felt good about it.
Did you tell Chad that?
Huh?
Did you tell Chad that?
I didn't talk to him, baby. I just sent him.
Well, I know that, but...
No, I just sent him Bobby's name and number and said, so your attorney can get in touch with him too. And Chad said, will do. And it was all of that.
I love you.
I love you.
Right. I'll try to touch base with you tonight after I talk to Amanda.
Okay, good.
Alright.
All right.
Love you.
Love you.
Calls 18, July 9th, 2019, 3 minutes and 29 seconds.
Please speak your name into the telephone. Thank you. Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance.
Hello?
This is a prepaid call from
Melody Farris.
an inmate at the Cherokee County Jail, Georgia, carried by Consolidated Telecom. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed and may automatically disconnect this call. This call is subject to monitoring and recording. If you are an attorney or designated legal counsel, contact inmatesales.com at 702-931-3938 to have your number set to do not record. Please select from the following options if you consent to this call being recorded, and to accept this call, dial 1 now. To reach your call has been accepted.
David?
Darling. A whole different number.
Yeah, because we got a whole different system.
No, this one was said 93. It was like a local number.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, what?
Yeah.
But I answer every number that, but I don't know what it is.
Right. Well, this is a whole new phone system, so I finally got it figured out loud.
Oh, okay. Wow.
But it said that there was only like $5 on the thing, so let me see. If you will go to inmatesales.com,
Okay.
then
Should be some down there in the mail tomorrow for them.
do what now?
There should be some in the mail tomorrow for them.
Okay. All right. Everything okay?
I haven't heard a thing from nobody. Neither the fathers.
Okay. Are you going to try to call him again tomorrow then?
Well, I mean, he and I have text, and I had to give Chad your guy's name, so but nobody's talked to nobody today.
Okay. Well, I haven't heard anything today either.
Okay.
Love you. All right.
I'm like you.
I just wanted to hear your voice, so I'm gonna leave. Oh, I'm gonna leave a little bit of time on that so that I can get it with you in the morning or something.
Sure.
So,
Forward.
all right. Forward.
All right. Love you.
Amanda was here a little bit while ago with Alan, so.
Oh, okay.
All right. You still got his number?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, baby. I love you.
All right, darling. I love you.
You okay?
I am. Are you?
I am.
As can be.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. But if you will just go to the inmatesales.com.
Inmate sales.
Uh-huh. www.inmatesales.com.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right. I will.
Okay. I love you.
All right. Love you.
Bye.
Sir?
What's your next one? How many you got?
19, and most of these are short, Judge, but I can.
Yeah, food's here, so we
You
can
wanna
just
stop?
go ahead and break now. And
All right.
So, all right, we'll break for lunch. We got food for you in there. We'll take an hour, and y'all go stretch your legs somewhere. Did y'all like going over to the park better, or? Okay, all right. We'll try to do that again. Since I realize the only bench over here is the one with the sculpture in it. The one where I wrote the whole date, I wrote it right. The one where I just put the date in, I wrote it wrong. So on those subpoenas this morning,
This is a prepaid call from.
So,
Oh, it's all right. Cue up your next call.
Please, the court, counsel, we're on calls 19. It is July 12th, 2019, and it's 3 minutes and 41 seconds long.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from
Melody Farris.
an inmate at the Cherokee County Jail, Georgia, carried by Consolidated Telecom. Your call has been accepted.
Hey, baby.
Baby? Hey, can you get me on speaker? Yeah, kind of, sort of. I need to make this really quick.
All right. I'm working on it. It's a whole new state, so bear with me just a second.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, you need to get a
Hey.
message to need to get a message to Amanda. It tells her to not say a word about
Get a
anything.
message to who?
Amanda.
Get a message to Amanda to not say a word about anything.
Anything.
Okay.
Tell her that is very, very important.
Okay.
Nothing. Got it?
Got it.
You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay. Everything okay in your room?
It is, but it's got to do with the neurosurgeon.
Oh, and?
I did a MRI about a week and a half.
Okay. Do you think everything is okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't need anything else to worry about.
Do what?
Don't need anything else to worry about.
No. This is Manor.
What were you telling me last night when it kept cutting off?
That Martha says that Manny's office had called her to be a caregiver. Of course, she can't get down there because she's, in a nursing home.
Or, yeah, but they can do an affidavit.
Yeah. So, but I just can't imagine Manny's office. She just walked
No,
down
it
there.
wasn't. No, it's... So get Amanda to text you Michael's number,
Okay.
and then you can get it to her.
Okay.
But it needs to
But
be
she
done
talked
like...
to them. She called them back and talked to them.
Oh,
Yeah. I don't know. Weird.
well, go by there today, okay?
I am. I'm going to get the phone number myself and just see who it is.
Okay. I was going to say, but go by there and talk to her.
Yeah. Yeah, I will.
Tuesday. This is Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Understand? Uh-huh.
No, if you cut out. Tuesday is your bond hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what did you say?
Just Tuesday.
Tuesday.
All right. I got to go. We're locking down. I'll call you back.
Okay.
Okay.
Calls 20. July 12, 2019, 6 minutes and 42 seconds long.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from
Melody Farris.
an inmate at the Cherokee County Jail, Georgia, carried by Consolidated Telecom. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed and may automatically. Your call has been accepted.
Baby.
Good.
What's good?
Just got back in my truck and then I got that machine picked up and out on demo.
Okay.
Office and my insurance denied my claim for my health. So I have to fight that out, you know.
Same song, second verse?
Uh-huh.
All right. Did you talk to MJ?
I have not.
Okay.
I had to get all this other stuff handled because I had to get that machine picked up.
All right. Can you do that, like, pretty quickly after that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. What do I need her to do? I mean, understand that she can do a affidavit or...
Yeah, she
All
just needs to talk, well, she needs to talk to Michael's office.
Okay. I'll get her to make sure she talks to Michael's office.
Well, have her call Amanda. Well, she can't call Amanda. Amanda's at work today. Yes, just have her call Michael's office.
Yeah.
Because she can do it via whatever.
Yeah.
To tell Amanda
Yeah.
to...
She gonna be there? Yeah, I told her, and she said she'd be there tonight.
Okay.
Just try to understand. So.
Yeah. There's a lot going on here.
Yeah. Okay.
You okay?
Yes. Well, lots of chess match.
Do what?
Lots of chess match.
Very.
Yeah.
In capital letters.
It's gonna be that way.
Did you ever talk to Amanda? Tell her what Bobby said?
I have not talked to her. Talking to her is not simple.
No, it's not.
Maybe when you see her tonight, you say, "Why don't you call for us?" Like, tell her to call me like in the morning when we can talk.
Okay. Or this evening? She'll be at work in the morning.
Well, just figured she could call on the way to work. But
Oh.
yeah, this evening, in the morning, whatever works.
Okay.
Whatever works for her, I'll make it work.
Okay. What do you go do this evening?
Same thing I do every evening, hang around here. Oh,
Have you heard any more from him?
no.
But yeah, very much a chat. Okay.
Yeah. Kind of what I figured.
Oh,
Oh. I'm surprised you got to use the phone this time of day.
yeah. Things are...
No schedule.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Probably by design.
Mm-hmm. Very much. But someone from Michael's office came today and enlightened.
You? Good.
But yes, be careful who you tell Tuesday.
Yeah. than Bobby and Martha.
Right.
So nobody.
Right. Well, did Amanda respond back to you when you told her to pick a lot?
Yeah. Yeah. We didn't know the what.
Amanda can have some really blonde moments.
Well, me too. I told her to just zip it to anybody.
Yeah.
Right?
Correct.
Yeah. And who she's going to be with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, baby. Did you ever get money put on this?
I haven't, but I sent her some, so I didn't know if she had. I haven't sat down and tried it yet.
No.
Did it tell you how much you got?
Well, it's flip-flopping back and forth, so...
No.
And I
I'll
haven't been
ask
able to
her
call
about that too.
Right, and I have not been able to call out to her.
Okay.
So tell her that.
Okay. Yeah, because she said you had to call her this morning.
Right. But
Yeah.
go ahead and tell her that I haven't been able to call out to her.
Okay. I will tell her that.
It's an orchestra.
Yeah. I got it.
Explain that to her.
I will. I will.
Okay. I love you.
Okay. I love you.
Okay. All right.
Call 21. July 14, 2019, 1 minute and 9 seconds.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from
Melody Farris.
an inmate at the Cherokee County Jail. Your call has been accepted.
Darling. Baby.
You get her?
Yes. She said call on Chad's phone. It had come through before. It said it was kind of like a scam call, so I know to accept it.
Okay.
And she can tell you what's going on.
Okay.
So call her. I've got the letter handled for Martha to get to her.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. And got it notarized and everything.
I love you.
I love you.
Right. I'll call her.
All.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'm in the morning.
Okay.
Calls 23. July 30th, 2019, 2 minutes and 29 seconds long.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from
Melody Farris.
an inmate at the Cherokee. Your call has been accepted.
No.
Darling. No.
Yeah, the nurse didn't come this morning yet to hand out pills, so we're waiting on her. She went ahead and let us out. And this may be her calling right now saying that she's on the line.
Oh.
You okay?
I am.
Did you ever hear from anybody last night?
No.
I talked to Chad a while ago. Still playing chess.
Yeah. No doubt. Lord. Lord.
What you got to do for today?
I've got to get a quote out to utility district over in Shelbyville. I lost my deal over in Winchester with the guy. He gave up on us getting him a price and trading with somebody else.
Alrighty.
Don't blame him.
Would you pass that along to the higher up people?
Well, I didn't find it out till a while. But yes, I did send an email out and told them, but I haven't heard from any of them this morning.
Oh,
Oh, darling.
simple,
No rules.
simple.
Very, very simple.
Very. All right, here comes the nurse. I'll try to call you back when we get back out.
Okay.
Okay, love you.
Love you.
Call 23. July 31st, 2019, 5 minutes and 40 seconds.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from
Melody Farris.
an inmate. Your call has been accepted.
Baby.
Darling.
Sound like I had a lot then.
Well, beginning to wonder.
This morning we got out for breakfast as usual, which is at 7, between 7 and 7:30. But anyway, it was a little bit later this morning because I had a girl in here who was detoxing. So anyway, they had to move her to medical, and we got put in lockdown until lunchtime because nobody would clean it.
Such the education.
Like I told Amanda a few minutes ago, I said, I didn't get put in here to clean up after somebody's been detoxing off drugs.
Yeah, really.
I don't want to come in here and get some Ajax and penicillin on here.
Yeah. That's true.
Have you talked to NJ today?
No, I called her just a little bit ago, and she didn't answer. I mean, like 10 minutes ago, and she didn't answer.
Okay, well, she started to rehab. I need you to tell her something for me. It's about your dad and Maxine, but don't act like you know.
Okay.
But I need for you to get up and just tell her that I said that what we blamed my mother for telling about your dad, just put it at that it was not her, it was Pat.
It was not.
It was not my mother that told Chris, it was Pat.
Oh, okay.
And tell her to, as soon as I get up with, just tell her that I'm on, and then I will talk to her as soon as I can. Just tell her that we tried to call her, and I didn't get up with her, but tell her it is imperative that she know that and to watch her P's and Q's.
With Pat.
And Jennifer.
Yeah. Okay. Because they're running them out.
Yes. And it's to Chris, and we do not want them to
Feed in anyone.
yeah, and I don't want her integrity to be compromised. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah, yeah. All right.
Tell her that that's very important and that's been,
Okay.
But I talked to Amanda, and she's
Well,
out
good,
today.
because I just looked. I haven't heard from her in a week.
Right. Well, there really
And I
hasn't
had
been
sent her a text. I'd sent her a text even earlier today that said I hadn't heard from you, and a bunch of question marks, and then I said that I had put some more money in your account.
Thank you, sweetie.
And, I still haven't heard
I
from you.
just talked to her, and she was not feeling good last night. She was coming down, but I don't know, it sounded like a plague. But anyway,
Yeah, you
she
said.
did sound, yeah, but she sounded better today. And I said, hey, what are you doing? She said, I'm actually in Cherokee County. taking care of some things. Okay. So, she let it drop, and she said, well, that my square will help you.
Okay. Good. All right. All right.
Thank you for doing that, and I will go and then get me some food ordered for. I had ordered a couple of things, but I needed like long sleeve t-shirts and that kind of stuff, and I had put a bunch of phone time on here so that I could. Because every time I put phone on there, it charges $1, so it's easier for me to put it in one big lump sum than it is.
Sure. Well, and I'll put some more so you got enough and get you some stuff.
Anyway, there's a big long line that's for out that just get up with her. Actually, go if you can go back and see her.
Okay, that's probably better.
Yeah, and then see if she wants you to go pick her up some stuff at the grocery store.
Okay.
Okay, I love you.
So did you say she's going to rehab today?
I don't know. She just said she started rehab, and I don't know what days. Dr. Bills had gotten her signed up for it, so.
Oh, okay. She hasn't
And
done that.
she's very anemic. So, if you will, go by there and see if her car is there. I'm
Yeah,
just worried
I
about
will.
her falling and stuff. So.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that right now.
Okay, and I'll call you back to see if I have a chance. I'll call you back in about. Well, we lock back down. Should be about 3:20. So, if I have a chance, I'll call you back. If not, I'll call you back tonight.
Okay.
Okay, I love you.
I love you.
Calls 24. August 8, 2019, 4 minutes and 6 seconds long.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from
Melody Farris.
Your call has been accepted.
Gone.
Baby.
Done.
Nothing. Got back from parties and, bathroom, shower. Such things as that.
Well, you could go get you a biscuit and then come home and get, and cut out at least, one of the showers.
I know. And I have done that. I occasionally will do that.
Well, I tried to call Amanda this morning. She doesn't answer. She has the day off. Called Chad. His phone is not accepting phone calls, so he must have gotten to pay his phone bill.
So about normal.
About normal. Mm-hmm. About normal. I'm like, you have a job.
Yeah, I've never understood that concept of being completely off grid when you've got 12, 13-year-old daughter out there.
Yeah. But mother's
That
kind of
could at
mother
any
that's
moment need you.
yeah, got a mother that's got the walking around sense of us, monkey. Can't fix that either. Everybody else okay?
Things okay.
Everybody up?
Another
Gone to
day.
school and another day?
Yep. All I'm glad is Madeline was up. She was already up and dressed and making her lunch when I came down this morning.
All right.
Yeah. That one is self-sufficient, I'm telling you.
Yeah, be careful. I had one like that was very self-sufficient. That would be Emily.
Yeah, but you are too, so.
Well, it's true. Well, yeah. I mean, heck, let's see, what grade is she in?
8.
Oh, heavens, yes. By that time, I was up, getting myself ready. I mean, I was on the bus at 7:03. That's what time the bus picked up down at 4th Street Church. Headed to school, and then I'd come home and I'd go to the store and work. So, yeah.
She's up and at 'em.
I was cooking, at home, and, I did all the yard work and all the house cleaning. And so, yeah. I think that was about the time that my parents decided that they were going to adopt a baby, and I told them I didn't. No, they weren't, because I didn't need anything else to take care of.
It's just what you needed, wasn't it?
I'm like, no, no. I can't do anything else.
Oh, darling. More. Much more.
Simple.
Very.
All right, baby. Up to the line, and we're not out for very long, so but if things change, I'll call you back in just a little bit.
That'll be good.
Okay, I love you. Be careful today.
I love you. All right.
Call 25. October 12, 2019, 57 seconds.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from
Melody Farris.
Your call has been accepted.
Going?
Baby.
All right, we're fixing to go lock down, so I'll make sure you get home, all right?
I'm home in bed.
Already.
Eat half my pizza and everything's good.
Already. I love you.
I love you too, baby.
Sweet dreams.
You too. Forward.
All right. Forward.
Off. All right, baby doll.
All right, color to the left.
All right, baby.
Okay.
Night.
That's all the calls, Judge. All right, you got something else y'all want to present?
Yes, Judge. State Call Sergeant Daniel Hayes.
All right.
All right, Sergeant, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. And I know we've referenced you here and there, but could you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
Sergeant Daniel Hayes,
How are you employed, Sergeant?
Cherokee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
I was hired in January of 2007.
How long have you been a police officer?
Since January 2007.
Are you post-certified?
I am.
Can you tell the jury how you were employed with the Sheriff's Office in 2018?
In 2018, I was a detective in the Criminal Investigation Division.
What does that mean?
We're assigned to follow up on cases that patrol, can't handle themselves.
We heard about all of the units and how it was divided by Sergeant Kuykendall. What unit were you assigned to as a detective in 2018?
At the time, it was called Day Shift Persons Unit. We responded to calls involving crimes against people.
And was his description, you've been sitting here, was that an accurate description of how you got assigned cases?
It was.
Did you get assigned this case back in 2018?
I did.
How does that happen?
In this particular case, we responded. We were on the scene. We found what we found. Our supervisors responded, and Sergeant Hands just made the decision right there. He said, Hayes, you're going to be leading this.
All right. I want to talk a little bit about, how are you employed now, currently?
I'm still with the Cherokee Sheriff's Office. I'm a sergeant in uniform patrol at the Ball Ground Precinct.
All right. I want to talk a little bit about the Farris family tree briefly. We've been sitting in court this morning listening to some calls, and there are references to several people. You can see this demonstrative, right?
I can.
Let's start with when you arrived on scene at Purcell Lane back on July 5th of 2018. Who did you speak with first? What was going on?
When I got there, we were led by Uniform Patrol. I believe Lieutenant Simmons, or Captain Simmons, I don't recall his rank at the time, gave Detective Kuykendall a briefing. I walked down to the burn pile where other people were.
Okay. And eventually, did you learn about all of these individuals who are on this family diagram, family tree?
I did.
Okay. Can you, that evening on July 5th, did you speak with Chris Farris?
I did not. I don't believe I spoke directly to him. He was there.
Okay. Did you speak with Emily Farris?
I did not.
Did you speak with Scott Farris?
I did.
Okay. And did you speak with Amanda Farris?
I did.
All right. And did you eventually learn all of their partners? So Chris was married to Jenna.
Correct.
All right. And then Emily's husband, Chris Payne, did he show up with her that evening?
He did.
And then Chad Bruce, was he on scene that evening?
Yes, I believe he was there at some point.
And who was he to Amanda?
At the time, I believe they were engaged to be married, fiancés.
All right. When you arrived on scene and you went down to the burn pile, when you looked at the burn pile, what was going on through your head?
I just recall Sergeant Kuykendall and I were at the office when the call came out, and we responded. We doubled up because we heard a body fell into a fire, and that's not something we get to see every day. So we rode together to go handle it. At the time, we were expecting what we had thought and discussed on the way there was it sounds like someone had a medical episode and fell into a fire. I recall that day it was extremely hot. It was July the 5th. We got there and we walked down to the burn pile, and I think, at about the same time, and everyone had the same opinion, like, well, this doesn't appear to be what we thought it was.
How is that?
Just the damage to the body. We could make out some bones in the fire, and it just didn't appear to be that someone just had a medical-related incident and fell into it recently.
So once you saw the burn pile and the remains, can you tell the jury who all responded to the scene that night?
That day, the fire department was already out there, Uniform Patrol, of course. Kuykendall and I went as, I believe we were the first arriving members of the Criminal Investigation Division. Of course, we started making phone calls, relaying to our supervisors what we had. The crime scene unit was sent out there, eventually more firefighters and other specialized personnel like the forensics. They were calling in people.
When you started calling to supervisors, did supervisors start arriving on scene?
They did.
Is that typical?
Yes.
And so when you say supervisors, who all, what ranks?
Kuykendall and I reported directly to Sergeant Hands. Above him was Lieutenant Darrell Clark, and then above him was Captain Tommy Pinion.
I want to talk about when you walked through and interviewed individuals on the, afternoon, evening of the 5th, the day that you responded to the scene. Who all did you speak with on scene?
On scene, I first spoke with Melody Farris.
How long did you speak with her for initially?
It was around an hour, a little more.
Okay. And we'll get into what she had said to you, but after you spoke to Melody Farris, who did you speak with next?
I know after her, I spoke with Amanda and Emily. I don't recall exactly which one was next. I believe it was Amanda.
Okay. And then how was Amanda's demeanor?
She was visibly upset. You could tell she was crushed at what she had just learned.
Let's go back. What was Melody's demeanor at the time when you first initially spoke with her?
It appeared as if she had been crying, but at the time when we sat down on the back patio of the house there, she was calm.
So after you spoke with Amanda, who was the next person you interviewed?
Emily.
How was Emily?
Emily had just driven in from out of town. You know, she was kind of confused as what was going on, was upset as well.
At any point, did you get to go through the house of Purcell Lane?
I did.
Okay. And were there several people going through the house and looking for evidence or anything out of place?
Yes.
And tell the jury a little bit about how you were being communicated with about what was found, where it was found, and who it was found by. Tell the jury a little bit about how that works.
In the initial stages of the investigation, I kind of, after I interviewed Melody, directly after more information had been found, I would be getting phone calls, text messages. People would be coming up to me in person and relaying information while I was on the scene.
So while you were interviewing people, were you also receiving information?
Yes, I was being interrupted during interviews. At times I'd have to step out of interviews to, answer when it's a sergeant or lieutenant call and they want an answer right then. So,
after you spoke with Emily, who did you speak with next?
I believe I interviewed Melody again.
Okay. At some point when you were on scene, was there a projectile found in the basement of the home?
Yes.
And then at some point later that evening, was there a projectile found in Mr. Farris's remains?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, how did your investigation shift or change, if it did at all?
We responded, like I said, to what we thought was a natural death with a body that fell into a burn pile. When we got there, we had suspicion that that was not the case. And then when we found projectiles in the basement and the bones of the body, it definitely changed the projection of the investigation that we had confirmed it was a homicide.
Can you tell the jury about were the projectiles kept a secret from the family, or were they informed about them?
They were informed of the bullet in the rib not long after we discovered it.
So when you say they, who's they?
I know Melody and Scott were both told.
How do you know that?
I told Melody, and Sergeant Kuykendall, Detective Kuykendall at the time, told Scott.
Okay. So they were aware on the 5th of a projectile found in Gary Farris's body?
That's correct.
Okay. At that time, the projectile, was it identified by caliber or anything like that?
It was not.
Okay. Was the rest of the family eventually informed about the projectile found in Mr. Farris's remains?
They were.
Eventually, you brought a couple of the family members back to the free home precinct. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yeah, as you know, the scene progressed and we learned new information, I realized I needed to talk to people again. Again, it was hot, it was getting late. We were outside the whole time for the most part. So I determined I needed to speak with Ms. Farris and Scott Farris again. The closest precinct to where we were was the Sheriff's Office free home precinct. So I asked them if they would meet me there so we could talk in a more comfortable environment inside to get out of the heat.
Why just Mrs. Farris and Scott Farris?
They were on scene at the time. We knew they had been there most of the time. We'd spoken to the daughters and the other son and determined, that they were other places over the last couple of days. So we thought in the initial stages of the investigation, we needed to get as much information, first-hand information as we could, and we knew that Melody and Scott would likely have that.
Do you know how both of them, well, let's start with Scott. How did Scott arrive at the precinct?
Scott drove himself in the truck.
Okay. And how did Melody arrive at the precinct?
believe she was driven by Amanda.
When both Scott Farris and Melody Farris were at the precinct, did you have the opportunity, or did Kuykendall or you have the opportunity to search Scott's vehicle?
We did.
Did you photograph that search?
We did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence statements exhibits 8 through 32. Pays 8 through 32.
No objection.
I admitted.
All right, Sergeant, I'm going to hand you this stack of photos. Did you end up collecting anything from Scott's vehicle?
No, we didn't find anything of evidentiary value.
Are those the photos from his vehicle?
They are.
Okay. How long did you end up interviewing Melody and Scott that evening?
We were there for several hours.
How many is several? More than 2, less than 10?
Yeah, both of them combined. It was more than 2.
I want to jump forward a little bit. Well, not that much on the 6th. Did you have the opportunity to travel up to Tullahoma, Tennessee on the 6th?
I did not on the 6th.
When did you do it on the 10th?
The 10th was the first time I traveled up there, yes.
Let me ask you this. On the 6th, when TBI was notified of Rusty Barton's involvement, who was it that notified them?
I don't recall who notified the TBI. It wasn't me. I was, I think when this was going on, I was in the interviews.
Okay. In the interviews, did you learn about Rusty Barton?
I did.
How did you learn about him?
We had located a credit card. Someone had located a credit card on scene in Miss Ferris's purse with the name of Roy Barton. So during my second interview with Melody, I asked about the name.
And was he also brought up by other family members?
Yes.
So at some point, it's communicated to TBI to contact Rusty Barton.
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay. And then on the 10th, you had the opportunity to travel up to Tullahoma, Tennessee.
I did.
And interview him. Can you tell the jury a little bit about how it came to be that Mr. Barton recorded phone calls with Melody Farris?
Initially, we gave him, we were up there, we came up with the idea. We went to an electronics store somewhere. Out of my pocket, I bought of course I was reimbursed, but I bought a little digital voice recorder. And, we kind of told him you can put the phone on speakerphone and click the recorder on and record you talking and her both. Eventually, after a couple of days went by, I learned of something that is typically used in our narcotics investigations that I wasn't aware of. It's called Colio. It's a program that they use. So a couple of days, I think it was several days later, we called up there and offered that to Mr. Barton and his attorney, and he agreed.
Tell the jury how Colio functioned.
So Colio, it's not exactly an app like you could just go download on your phone. Basically, we have an administrative account, the sheriff's office. We send a link to Mr. Barton, and Mr. Barton accepts it, accepts the terms and conditions. It actually assigned a new phone number to his phone. So you could call his phone number that he already had, and his phone would ring. You could also call this other phone number, and his phone would ring, and that would be the recorded line. The Colio, the company, works with law enforcement. They have off-site data centers where all this data is stored. The sheriff's office, we intercept it live time. We also get access to the recordings, but we can't access the data center where they keep it, so it's secure, it's off-site, and they control all that.
And Mr. Barton had his attorney present for these interviews?
He did.
Okay. And was his attorney was aware of him recording Mrs. Farris?
Yes.
Was he the main person that you communicated with? Bobby Carter, the attorney?
Yes.
Were you able to listen to the calls in real time?
Yes.
Did you listen to some of your calls in real time?
Initially, for the first several weeks, we did. I could actually set it to where at the time I had a county cell phone when I was in investigations, and it would alert me. My phone would ring as well, and I could answer and live feed in. I could log into my account on the computer later and listen to the recorded phone calls.
So I want to talk about on July 24th, that interview with Mr. Barton. Was that the interview, and we've already heard all these, but, well, this one, was that the interview where he informed you of what Melody Farris told him on the morning of July 4th?
Yes.
At 2:28. And the following interview, well, and so on the 26th, is that when you presented to them Collio? So 2 days later?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Just going to switch these out real quick. That's okay. I'm getting to it. All right, back to the original. All right. At this time, Judge State moves to tender Collio's 1, 2, I'll change this one, and 3.
No objection.
All right, they're moved.
All right. At this time, I'm going to publish Collio's 1.
Hello?
I didn't know who it was.
Huh?
I said I did not know who it was on this number.
You didn't know who it was.
Uh-huh.
I figured when it got tagged, you'd know who it was.
Well, yeah, but, I'm overthinking everything these days. So,
I
Would you go get another phone?
Wasn't, yeah. They won't do nothing that wasn't normal.
What'd you do with your other phone?
Right there in the seat.
I just got it, so, yeah.
So you're supposed to cancel that other number then?
Huh?
You're going to cancel your other number?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I just wanted you to know that I had gotten it.
All right. Are you going to keep that burn phone?
No. Don't need it. You did.
Well, don't throw it away yet.
Okay.
You never know when,
Right.
This one says Verizon?
Yeah. Well, no, this was not supposed to be Verizon. I don't think. It ought to be through Straight Talk.
The one that I'm talking to you now?
I would think. Is it not?
Where did you go pick it up at? This phone that you're talking to me on.
Where what?
Where did you get the phone that you're talking to me on now?
Walmart.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. Is it another iPhone?
Another Droid.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, let me look at it. Oh, this is an iPhone.
Okay.
This is an iPhone. So,
Now you gotta put all your contacts in it.
I don't have any contacts in my other one. The only number there was yours.
Oh, okay. I guess I was thinking you were getting rid of your second phone that you had for Verizon.
My personal phone?
Uh-huh.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, that's everybody's got it.
So now you got three phones.
I know. Well, I've been carrying 3 phones since the last week.
I'm still trying to figure out, or they did, or they were bluffing that you had a third phone.
I don't know, but they seem to know.
I just can't imagine how they figured that out.
I got no idea.
Don't trust me because I can throw them.
Well,
I don't trust either one of them until I could,
as I've said, I'm computer stupid, and these things are little computers, and they got people that all they do is work on this stuff.
Right.
So I'm getting gas. I'm going to be the nice guy and hope really going.
Aw. Now don't screw it up now.
I know.
I guess you heard
It'll be
from
the first
MJ.
time for me on a 0 time.
I guess you've heard from MJ, have you?
No, I have not.
She was taking him over there to what, Creatures Great and Small or something like that? Where is that?
To where?
Creatures Great and Small?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's been there before with one of the others.
With
Told me
Andy?
the other day. Yeah.
Where is it?
It's right there on the Manchester Highway, where you turn to go to UPS,
Oh.
where you turn to go over to Kilgore's.
Oh, okay. Where's his heart?
Well, he's pitiful, so he needs to be, bless his heart, he needs to be put down.
Well, I know it's hard to do, but...
Well, it is. But there comes a time when you know it's time to...
Oh, yeah.
One poor little old wine, just been in pretty bad shape.
For a long time. Although I think he's been about the healthiest of all of them, though.
Yeah. I got gas before the big tanker put gas in the underground tanks. And he always said, don't get gas when or after they put
That's what I've always heard, because it stirs it up or something.
Stir it up. And you got 2 tractor trailers in Speedway parking lot, and they can't, one's got to move, let the other one out.
I don't guess you told Christina about any of this, did you?
All right, let me douse this traffic and get back, see if I can do a little stress relief by mowing the yard. And I will catch you later.
It's good. Felt good to put my hands on you.
Huh?
Felt good to put my hands on you.
Yeah. All right, sweetie. I'm gonna roll.
Okay, I'll do it.
All right. I love you. Talk to you later. Bye.
All right, at this time, state is publishing Collio's 2. That's 6 minutes and 31 seconds.
Hey. Sitting there in the bed eating it, and all of a sudden the basement door slammed.
Oh, wow.
So I sent Amanda a text, and said I'm going down to the basement. I heard the door slam. I went down there, and his office door was standing wide open. Scott's not here.
Well, one, you need to be extremely careful. You need to look around and inside and out. Weird.
I know. This is twice that it's happened.
And Scott's not there.
Of course not. Well, he did go to work to do some work for somebody, so I just will let you know what had happened.
Well, obviously, be on your P's and Q's. I mean, I know you're going to, but
Yeah, I went down to the basement and I looked in every closet. Oh, yeah. I went down and looked in every closet and everything. Of course, the door was locked. It comes up to the, there in the dining room.
right.
I don't know whether somebody came in, left. Don't know. Super creepy, though.
Yeah. Only way you could have known would have been have to look outside and seen which way they ran off. If they ran off.
Right. How did the thing come up about the tape recorder?
There's not a tape recorder. There never was
Oh, I
a
thought
tape
you-
recorder. No.
Oh.
That's what you said. No, there's not one.
No, yesterday when they said they wanted you to.
There's Bobby. No, there's not one, and there's never been one.
Okay.
I don't know where you got that.
Oh, I thought they said they had given you a tape recorder to record.
No. No. I don't know where you got that.
Okay. Well, didn't you
Not
say
at all.
yesterday, no, I'm not Didn't you say something about I'm not recording it?
About them not recording what?
Well, yesterday I thought you said they gave me a recorder to record you to get a confession out of you.
No. We never even talked about that. I don't know where you got that.
Okay. All right.
No, not at all. I don't know where that came from.
That's what I thought you said, that they had given you a tape recorder
No.
for you to.
No. No. No, I think you said that everything was probably tapped, but no, that was never talked about. You had said the other day that probably every phone was tapped. That's why you would change phones again. And I figured that's what I needed to do. Because all the numbers.
You started mowing yet?
No, not yet. Got it filled up with gas. Started it. Started the land and stuff.
You, did you some money?
Not yet. I kind of thought I might go do that first before I got dirty.
Glad I don't have to live like this anymore.
Huh?
I'm so glad I don't have to live like this anymore.
Still are. Worried about every phone that rings and dog that barks and door that slams.
Barks and a door that slams and everything else.
Yeah. You know, can't remember nothing and don't
No.
know. That's just it. And then your mind goes 1,000 directions.
1,000 different directions.
And then you're wondering what's real and what ain't real.
Well, even Motley and Lucy both jumped up and barked when it happened.
Well, every time my dog's barking, I run, look out the window. So, all right. Well, I'm going to grab me a bite to eat and then mow grass. Right? You okay?
Fine.
Your eyes open. Okay. Love you. I love you. Talk to you later. All right.
Sergeant Hayes, at some point, you heard these calls and realized he had possibly informed Mrs. Farris he was recording her.
Yes.
When you initially confronted Mr. Barton with that information, was he truthful about it?
No,
He eventually did tell you, yes, I told her.
he did.
At this time, the state's going to publish Collio 3. Same date, it was July 26th, 2018. 27 minutes and 54 seconds.
Hey, sorry, I've been working at Walmart. Trying to get Jimmy down at Walmart. Working.
Why would Martha Jane call and tell me to be careful what I said to you?
No. I don't know. You're really confusing me on all this. What's going on?
Well, I don't know. That's what I was asking you. She just called and said that you had just left here.
Well, it's been a little while because I've been over there and buried the dog. That's been a little while.
Yeah, she said that. Well, she said you just left, and she said you need to be really careful what you say to him.
Well, I don't know. The only thing that she talked about was, you know, everybody's phone being tapped. That was about the only conversation she and I had. The rest of it was about Ryan.
Well, she said yesterday that, or what, day before yesterday, that they were going to get a search warrant for Andrea's house.
Really? I haven't
You
heard
not told
that.
her that?
Why would they?
Well, she said that you told her.
No, I didn't tell her that.
I don't know where she's coming up with this, because I didn't tell her that. They didn't tell me that. Why would they do that?
I don't know. That was one phone call that she said that you had come by over there and told them that they were getting a search warrant to search your vehicle and Andrea's house.
There has never been any talk about a search warrant for anything. I have never heard that said, that they were going to get a search warrant for anything.
Well, when I talked to you and you said that you had walked out of there and the attorney was trying to talk them down because they were going to arrest you on the spot. What happened?
I don't know, because Bobby talked to them without me. But he told me that they were going to arrest me.
Oh, Bobby did.
Yeah.
Well, kind of what happened from the time you got there that morning, or when you all got there?
I told you it was the same bunch of questions over and over and over about, every time that I've ever talked to you, what have you ever said to me? I said, of course, nothing. The same thing, over and over. You said nothing. There's no indication of anything ever.
Well, I mean, I guess I've been sitting here running through my head over and over and over again. I know
Well,
that
I
you
don't
said
doubt that at all. Because who's not?
What?
I am, she is, we all are.
Right. I
So
could have
there-
sworn that you said that they had given you a recorder.
No, I did not. I don't know where you're coming up with this, but just
I
listen.
thought that that's what you said.
No, just listen. Just listen to me.
Okay.
We're all to the point we can't breathe.
Sure.
We're all scared to death. This thing happened, and what happened? Scott and Chris yelling and, pointing at you. And what's the first thing that happens to me? I get a knock on the door Friday night, TBI. And then
Right.
2-3 days later, I got the TBI and then I got the Georgia people again. So, are our assholes puckered up? Yeah, and I don't know why. But somebody, they're looking at every angle of everybody. And like Bobby said, when there's a husband and a wife and one of them gets killed, generally speaking, the other one is the first one that they look at.
Right.
And the second one is anybody else that they had anything to do with. So that, they said that's 1 and 2. And that's the way that works. And he said then from that point, you just start interviewing everybody and asking them again and again and again. And they ask you the same thing from 6 different directions. But they started, then it's a process of elimination. This is who we think it is. Okay, it ain't that one. Okay, maybe it's somebody else. And you start looking in another direction. And that's what they're doing. So they're just, taking their time, checking the boxes, asking the questions, trying to put the puzzle together, the chess game together, and figure it out. And that's what they're doing. And the thing about it is, their job, this never ends. It never goes away. So they want to find somebody to put in jail. That's their job.
Did they once ever say that, hey, this could just be a tragic accident?
No. I brought it up, but they didn't buy it. They just, and that's what Martha had said too. And that's what I had thought.
I just thought it was weird that she called and told me that right after you left.
It's been a while, because I've been gone for a while. So I left there and went home and changed shoes, and then came over here, and then I've been here thinking on this for, I don't know, a while anyway.
So you have no idea why she said that to me?
I have no idea. I don't know, maybe she don't want me and you talking. Or maybe she don't want you talking to me. Maybe that's a better way to put it.
Well, did they ever say that they were going to arrest you yesterday?
No. That was 2 days ago, but no.
Well,
Breathe, baby. Breathe. It's tough. It's tough. You're just, I don't want to say grasping at straws, because that's not the right way to put it, but you're almost in a panic mode, and I understand. Trust me, I understand. But just breathe, and it'll, you got to think about some good things. I know this is the only thing that's, you're there by yourself, and you got nobody to talk to, and it's bad, and that's all you can say about it. It's bad. But don't let your mind just keep running and scrambling, because then you don't know what's been said, what you thought, what somebody else said, what somebody else thought, and thoughts and reality, as we know, start running together. Fact and fiction start running together. If somebody said something 2 or 3 times, instead of being a fault, then it becomes what somebody thinks is a fact. So don't fret over it.
I feel like I'm grounded.
I'm sure. I've had several of those moments. And I know you've had a whole bunch of them. Just chill. It's okay. I think Martha's probably just being cautious. So it's okay.
Well, Amanda called, and she's coming out here in the morning. That fire investigator's coming out here. The one that Manny hired.
Say that again?
The fire investigator that Manny has hired is coming out here in the morning.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear this. I just heard fire. I didn't hear investigator. Well, about Martha. Martha doesn't completely know about us, If the kid said something to your mama and your mama said something to her, she at least hasn't brought it up to either one of us. But if that's
too, she's got to
true,
wondering why that they're coming and talking to you too.
exactly. So if that's true, then that makes complete total sense. That that's what she's thinking about. So she's going.
Well, what did she tell you when you went over there the other day?
About what?
About me leaving. About me leaving.
Oh, Tuesday?
Mm-hmm.
She said that she had talked to Emily and Amanda, and they had talked to your attorney because they thought you had ran.
That's what she said. But just be at ease. Breathe. Like you told me. Think about the good times. Okay? Put a good thought on there every now and then. Okay?
I did say you had a voicemail on this one.
Yeah. It prompted me to, so I decided to do it. Kind of thought that way you would at least know that it was me too.
So did they say anything to you about coming back again?
No. But I'm certain that they will.
Did they say anything to you about any of the texts that were on there?
Did they what?
Say anything to you about any of the text messages that were on there?
No. What was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. Well, let me say it. Trying to think what they had said, but no, they didn't say nothing about anything. I apologize for all the personal talking that we did about fucking, and they said, don't worry about it, we don't pay no attention to that. That's all that was said, so that's good. Proud that didn't bother, there's plenty of it.
Yeah, she is home. You know how hard that is.
And she said that Emily and Amanda both had called, and especially that Amanda was so tore up. So when she's talked to Emily, she's been just very, just kind of matter of fact about things. But that she told her that she ought to get in her car and go down there to see you this weekend. Take Olivia. That Amanda was really torn up.
Well, Amanda wanted to stay here last night. She said, I'll stay here with you and let you know. And I said, no, go home, it's fine. Which I really guess that I should have said, no, you stay here, because she may have needed to stay here as much as anything.
Yep. You might have helped her. Been as much help to her as it would have been to you.
I don't know whether Martha James is trying to get me where I don't trust you. Do you think that could be
And
it?
that's what I think, because I actually thought that I had probably told her that I had talked to you, I'd said I talked to you this and that and this and that. And thought about not just in the last few days, but, over the last few years that we had talked about this and we talked about that, because, she would bring up things and we would talk about it. And I was like, yeah, and I thought about that. But, maybe Martha was, thought you didn't need to be talking to that Rusty Barton. Because I can see that, can't you?
Oh, yeah.
That'd be just exactly what her and your mama both would say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you read?
I know, I keep thinking that the only reason they keep coming and talking to you is because they don't have anything else.
Right. What to believe.
I wondered if Miss Jane is really just not wanting me to trust you.
You and I both know that that would be right down her alley. You know that. She's always said she'd either be one way or the other. She'd either be, you know, all for us or totally against us. So she ain't ever really liked me. So.
About Tuesday, I thought I
It's
would
handy
come
when you got-
unglued. Thought I'd come unglued with that many hours of them talking to you.
Right. Yeah. It wasn't as long as it seemed like it was, but don't fret over it. Just, you got to take care of you, and you got to just chill and be calm. So we can think about good things and where we've been and what we want to do. Okay? Can you do that a little bit? You try? Okay. A little bit.
Did you go eat?
No? Been working on lawnmower.
What's wrong with the lawnmower?
I don't really know, but I think I've got it when I stopped because I couldn't see because my glasses had done drip water on it so much I was sweating. I think it's got a low oil indicator cut-off switch in it, and I think that switch is probably bad. I had a pressure washer that was that way. So I'm going to take that wire off and see if that makes it run.
Is that the one that Karen gave you?
Yeah. I'm going to do that and see if I can't make it work. I will buzz you again. Okay? Get up, walk up down the driveway, do something to clear your mind. Okay? She's just trying to keep us apart, that's all she's trying to do. I guarantee, just like you said, that the kids had said something to your mama, and your mama had said something to her, and she thinks, she thinks that there's something going on between us, and she don't want you talking to her. That's all it is. I just won't say that I talked to you. It'll be fine. And don't tell her you talked to her. Okay?
I mean, I get it. It's true.
Huh?
It's true. I mean,
Yeah. And I just, here all of a sudden now, I've been to check on her obviously because of all this over the last week, and just to see how she's doing, because I knew she'd be tore up too. And, it's now after a few days, now she's taking it, but you need to be careful what you say to him. Well, she don't want you
telling me anything, and she don't want you talking to me. That's what it is. We'll just stop telling her anything. I'll just quit, letting her know like I stopped to you. All right? Be all right, baby. I love you. Sure. Okay. I'm counting on that. See you. I need a little spunk in your talk now, okay? Let her get in between us. Sure. She's just doing what Martha would always have done.
Oh, I mean, that was the thing. She said you had come out there.
Said that was a possibility. And I'm telling them all the time, I didn't do nothing, and I don't know nothing, And of course now I think they understand that they know where I was that week, They've seen everything on me on that week, so they know that.
Well, I mean, that was the main reason that I came, because I thought, oh, God, if they lock him up, neither one of his kids are in town.
No, but I bet it wouldn't take them long to come back, would it? Hey, Andrew's in Hilton Head.
Have you told her what's happened this week?
No. No. They don't need to worry about what's going on. They're trying to have a vacation. Andrew's sick, She's been in Hilton Head and she's been to the beach for 3 hours all week long because she felt so bad. She spent most of her time in bed. I mean, bless her heart, last week she had her tonsils out. That's one of the hardest things in the world on an adult. Yep. Very sure. Sure?
I'll get there.
Good. Good. Count on you.
You just answer your phone when I'm having a, tearful meltdown.
Need you to, oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought you knew I was over here working on this shit. right, babe. Let me get this done before it's too much past dark. All this yard done. All right. Talk to you later. Okay. Bye, baby. I love you. All right. Don't forget that.
Time states and publish Collier 4.
No objection.
Statements to admit Collier 4, 5,
All right.
and this next one, Joe, will probably take us to 3.
Okay.
This is on the 2nd, 2018. Oh, actually. Oh. That calls about an hour, so I will wait. I think that the recordings are good for today.
Is there one that's like, got
They wouldn't make a ton of sense out of order, but we can do some testimony, Judge.
okay.
So we'll wait to play those till tomorrow. I think recordings have.
Or at least wait till our 3:30 break. But go ahead.
Okay, Sergeant. So you were hearing some of these live as they were happening.
That's correct.
Okay. Specifically the ones where Mr. Barton tells Mrs. Farris about the recording.
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about your interviews with Mr. Barton. At any point, because we've already talked to Sergeant Pope, we've heard from him, but I want to get your perspective on those interviews. At any point, did you threaten to harm Mr. Barton?
No.
At any point, did you brandish a weapon?
No.
At any point, did you set handcuffs down on the table?
No.
And was he with his attorney the entire time that you spoke with him?
Yes.
And at times, did you even speak with just the attorney,
We did.
Bobby Carter?
That's correct.
At any point, did he appear from you across the table, in your opinion, appearance, demeanor, did he appear in fear of you?
No.
Was he able to understand everything you were explaining to him?
Yes.
How long did Mr. Barton, how long were the Colliers left on his phone? Or how long did he record her for?
They were from this date, the 26th, until she was arrested, I believe.
And I don't know if you know how many, but could you guesstimate how many total calls there were for a year?
I know when we wanted to download them off of Collier, we had to buy a very large hard drive. There was a bunch.
When you interviewed Mr. Barton, had you already obtained some returns for call detail record search warrants?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Call detail records are incoming and outgoing calls from the cell phone company.
Did you obtain, at this point, when you applied for search warrants for the call detail records, did you know Melody Farris's second phone number?
At some point during the interviews with other detectives we're doing, we were given a second phone number from Ms. Farris. I believe it was Terry Braswell provided at some point.
And Miss Cooper, Sherry Cooper?
Yes.
And did you obtain cell phone records for that phone number?
That's correct.
And when you spoke to Mr. Barton, did you confront him with times and lengths of certain phone calls?
We did.
And the frequency at which they speak?
Yes.
And is that what triggered him to sort of tell you about the nature of that call on the morning of July 4th at 2:20 a.m.?
I think that was part of it, yes.
All right. Okay. I want to dial it back a little bit to going back on the scene at Purcell Lane. We kind of jumped forward. We wanted to get some of those calls in, but back on the scene at Purcell Lane, did you have the opportunity to search the home and look for evidence within the home?
I did at times, yes.
Did you search the bedroom?
I did.
And when I say the bedroom, Melody's bedroom.
Yes.
Did you go through items in her closet?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up what's already been admitted. Did you locate some shoes?
I did.
Tell the jury about that.
The search on the house was kind of winding down. I had been off-site either doing interviews. At some point, I had gone home and caught a few hours of sleep and came back. I was told that the search was winding down, so I wanted to do kind of a final walkthrough through the house. Since I was the lead detective, just to put eyes on everything and see if I saw anything out of place or something I wanted to see with my own eyes. I remember going into the study, the area they called the study, and the books just they looked very in order. So I thought, well, one thing we're missing is a gun. So I started moving books around, just double checking to make sure. I ended up in the master bedroom, looking around in there. That's when I ended up in this master bedroom closet. Again, the whole house was very organized, and just out of my own curiosity, I started checking things just to make sure that we didn't miss anything.
I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as Shaw 178. What is this?
It's a shirt that I located in the dirty clothes hamper.
And what about this shirt made you want to look at it closer?
What appears to be bloodstains, and bottom left of the photo would be there, look like soot from a fire.
So did you point crime scene to this t-shirt?
I did.
All right, and I want to talk about, it's already been previously admitted as Shaw 191. What are we looking at here?
That's a pair of shoes.
And did you locate these shoes?
I did.
What made you want to tell crime scene about this pair of shoes?
I recall wearing leather gloves, or not leather, I'm sorry, nitrile gloves, like doctors wear. That's what we use when we're searching stuff. These shoes just felt cold to me. Ended up they were wet, and like they had been recently laundered.
And I want to pull up Shaw 206. What about this pair of shoes?
I noticed when I picked these up, there was blood on the bottom of them.
Suspected blood at first?
Correct.
Okay.
What appeared to be blood.
And then it was tested later, confirmed to be blood?
Yes.
And in Shaw 209, is that the spot that you noticed?
That's it.
You mentioned that you searched the house, or at least the study, but other people were searching the house for a type of firearm.
Yes.
Were any located?
No.
Any pistols, I should say?
I don't believe there were in the house. The one pistol I'm seeing was located out in the barn.
And then there were some longer guns collected. Is that fair?
Correct.
I mentioned that you had obtained call detail records for some phones. Talk about some of the other digital evidence that you obtained in this case through search warrants and other consent means, such as like Google or DVR or anything like that.
Yeah, we downloaded phones. From the house, we collected DVR, digital video recorder, I think is what DVR stands for. But basically it was the hard drive for the home surveillance system. We had been told that the surveillance system had been damaged in the fire and hadn't worked for quite some time, but we took the DVR anyways to see, just to make sure there wasn't anything else on it. We discovered that through Google, you could request geofence records. Should I go into explaining what a geofence is?
No, I just kind of want you to list off the things that you applied for search warrants for.
Search warrants for people on scene, their Gmail addresses, your phone backs up, to Gmail or Apple or stuff like that. So we found a lot of Gmail records, and obviously we dumped phones. And
what about cell towers?
We did cell tower locations for requests for the local cell towers.
And did you collect the CPAP machine?
I did.
Was that, tell the jury about how that came up.
It had been mentioned several times about Gary's CPAP. People were looking for it to determine if he was home or not. They stated that he didn't sleep without it. He couldn't. I think it was even mentioned he may not survive through the night without it. I've never had a CPAP. I've never been issued one, prescribed one. But other people around the office said, you know what, that if he had to have it every night, those record data. I had no idea they recorded data. The data is used by doctors to see how you're doing or whatever. So we started looking into, how we can get that data off of that device.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender Hayes 58, which is the raw CPAP data.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, let's move.
I think it's just the raw data.
It is raw data. It's a lot. Okay. And at some point, the data was extracted out of that CPAP machine.
It was?
Based on, I'll allow it for purposes of showing that it was being used when it says it was being used, not for any medical information.
I don't think there, yeah, I don't think there is any.
Yeah, well that's just a bunch of numbers, so I don't know what it is.
Okay. And when you were with Rusty Barton, did he give you his phone to extract?
He did.
Did you get a search warrant to extract Melody Farris's cell phone?
We did.
Her actual physical phone that she had on her person?
Correct.
Okay. So when you don't have a physical phone, what can you obtain?
You can obtain, call records, cell tower location data from the cell phone company. You can't obtain the actual data from the phone.
Did you ever find a second cell phone for Melody Farris?
No.
You found one phone?
Correct.
Physically, okay.
Yes.
And that was the phone that she had in her interview room with you?
Correct.
And, and you extracted that phone?
That's correct.
At this time, the state moves to tender Hayes 7 to celebrate extraction report.
No objection.
And Sergeant, I'm going to pull up Hayes 7 for the jury. Whoops. Okay. I'm scrolling to page 2. All right. And I'm going to show you up here, what is the title of this section of the report?
Notes 2.
Okay. And what is the date that this note, the created date under time?
March 31st, 2014 at 6:47 and 18 seconds p.m.
What is the content of the note?
Crown XO.
And that was in Melody's cell phone.
That's correct.
Going into Ms. Farris's interviews, what were some topics that you knew you wanted to talk to her about? That you were getting information about from witnesses on scene?
Witnesses on scene had, stated that they'd seen her with 2 phones, believe she was having affairs, things along those lines.
What about the equipment on the farm?
Yes, we were curious about if she knew how to operate the tractor or anything like that, if she'd ever done it.
Why is that?
We determined through different sources that Gary was a large man. And we were trying to determine if, what means were available on the farm to get him onto the burn pile, if that's how he got onto the burn pile.
What about placement of a tractor, parking of the tractor?
Yeah, we were told by multiple sources that the tractor was in a spot that was strange. It shouldn't have been parked there.
And that was from multiple witnesses?
I believe so.
At this time, state moves to tender Hayes 33 through 50.
No objection.
They're admitted.
I'm going to hand you, Sergeant, these photos of the tractor. Of the equipment. I guess it's both the tractor and the 4x4. I'm going to go through them with you. Okay. We're looking at Hayes 33. What is it that we're looking at in Hayes 33?
That is the Kubota tractor and the Kubota RTV. Those are located in our sheriff's office impound yard.
Tell the jury about why it was that the sheriff's office collected these 2 vehicles from Farris property.
During the search of the residence and the processing of these 2 pieces of equipment, blood was discovered on these 2 items. We believe they could have been used to move the body of Gary Farris to the burn pile. So we seized them as evidence.
What are we looking at here in Hayes 34?
This was the start of my modeling career. I got to demonstrate because I am approximately 5'6", which is what it says on my driver's license. Some people say I'm shorter than that. This was to show that the seat was in the rearmost position. This is as far back as the seat would go, and I can reach the pedals and all the controls on the tractor.
And we're just kind of scrolling through this. Hayes 35, Hayes 36. Is this the other? Are these the other pedals on the other side?
Yes,
So it would be the right side.
that's correct.
And are these the pedals that make it essentially go forward and backwards?
Yeah, that's the C-shaped pedal, I believe. So my heel would have been on the back and the toe of my foot on the front.
What are we looking at in Hayes 38?
That's the tire comparisons of the 2 different vehicles.
Same in 39.
Yes.
What are we looking at in Hayes 40?
Measured the width of the bed of the Kubota RTV.
And I'm going to kind of zoom in on Hayes 41 here. How many inches is that?
I believe it's right around 60 inches.
Hayes 42, about the same. There we go. Hayes 43, about 59 and a half inches
59
there.
and a half, yes.
All right, and what are we looking at in Hayes 44?
This is the bucket of the Kubota tractor. That's showing the width of it, I guess you would say, is about 2 feet.
Okay. And same in Hayes 45, zoomed in.
Yes.
Hayes 46
This would be the length of the bucket.
and Hayes 47.
So shows about 65 inches.
Hayes 48, closer up.
About 65 and a half inches, yes.
All right. What's Hayes 49?
It's just an overview. Looks like standing from the back of the tractor, looking down on the controls.
God bless you. Okay, and Hayes 50, is that C-shaped pedal?
It is.
Okay. Whoop. All right. So, after the scene was locked down and you have spoken to Mr. Barton in Tennessee, what were some of the next steps in your investigation? Was there more people you had to interview?
Yeah, we continued interviewing people. Evidence had been sent off for different stages of processing with different entities, and more search warrants for different records as we came upon them.
Judge, I think this might be a good time to take a break.
Okay. All right. We'll take 10, and then y'all can either queue up that other thing for the hour. All right, y'all step out. Yeah, no. Yeah. On Thursday, we may take the entire next Friday off, so they can prepare their closing statements for Monday instead of us close and then y'all get the case and then be up on the weekend. It'd be better for y'all to have closing and then start deliberations and have the week. So that's where I'm looking at the moment. So we're at the full end of the 4 weeks that we talked about, and maybe pushing into a 5th. So y'all can update the folks that are worried about where y'all gonna continue to be for the next couple more weeks. All right, with that, we're gonna break for the day. We're gonna probably also have a field trip later in the week. We'll give y'all more information on that when we get more information about that, but that's also part of the plan. Remember, don't look up anything, talk to anyone about the case. I know that's got to be hard because everybody knows that y'all are on this case and want to know what's going on. But it's critically important at this stage in the trial that y'all not talk to anyone about the case or look up anything else about the case. And remember everything else that I've told y'all not to do. All right, we're gonna start up back in the morning, same bat time, same bat channel. All right, with that, y'all can be excused. we got?
Judge, as you know, the state was made aware of some newly discovered evidence last week. The state informed the defense as quickly as possible of this evidence. We also informed the court of the evidence, and the state is now moving to admit that evidence for trial for the jury to hear by way of Captain Hands and Martha Jane Barton as witnesses. Captain Hands was already under subpoena. We have now confirmed that Ms. Barton is under lawful out-of-state subpoena. She's in Tennessee. And at this point, we can call a witness if you would like to hear more foundation.
All right, go ahead.
Captain Lee Hands. The state calls Captain Lee Hands. Yeah. Your Honor, Captain Hands took a recording of Miss Barton when she called into CID, and towards the end of the recording, it's about a 14-minute recording, from 12:10 to 12:30, Martha Barton gives her phone number, and we have been made aware by several witnesses that we have unintentionally put their phone numbers on the record and so forth. I think maybe the defense did to Mr. Farris and then Addison Farris and so on. So at this point, we would ask to redact that portion of the recording. It is 20 seconds, just her phone number.
Yeah, we probably have done some things in the trial with it being broadcast that we probably should have thought about, but we haven't dealt with that for 4 years. So.
Exactly, Judge. Captain, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
How are you employed, Captain?
I am with the Cherokee Sheriff's Office. I am the Division Commander for the Criminal Investigations Division.
And can you actually state and spell your name for the record?
Hands, just like the end of your arms.
Captain, were you on duty last week?
Yes.
Let me pull up specific dates and times. Are you under subpoena for this case?
I am.
And you were called out to, you were actually on scene in 2018 at Purcell Lane for this case. Is that true?
I was.
Okay. On Friday, October 18th, this past Friday, did you take a call at CID that you had to make our prosecution team aware of?
I did.
Okay, can you tell the court about that call?
It was slightly before 10 o'clock. My administrative assistant said that there was a Martha Barton on the phone, and she wanted to talk to someone that had knowledge of the case currently being prosecuted, the Melody Farris case.
So who ended up taking that call?
I did.
Why you?
I believe I was the only one in the building at the time that had knowledge of the case.
And so did you end up speaking with Martha Barton?
I did.
Did you record that phone call with her?
I did.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to that recording?
I have.
Did you forward that recording to me?
I did.
And did you then inform me about who it was that just called and why you were sending me a recording?
I did.
And at this time, the state would like to publish, admit and publish M. Barton 1.
All right. For the purpose of this hearing?
For the purpose of this hearing.
All right. Have y'all got a copy of it yet?
We have.
Okay.
It's 1409, Judge.
Go ahead, Lillian.
Captain Hands can I help you.
Who am I speaking to?
Captain Hands.
H-A-N-D.
S.
This is Martha Barton in Tullahoma, Tennessee.
How are you, ma'am?
Have you skipped the phone number?
Well, I've got a heavy heart.
I'm sorry
Okay.
to hear that.
I'm sure you're very aware of the case of Melody Farris that's going on right now.
I am.
I've seen it on Court TV. I'm the person that she was coming to stay with in Tennessee. And did her mother and I were first cousins.
I think I
her
remember
mother
your
was
name.
Pardon?
I think I remember your name coming up.
Well, it's been brought up in the trial, too.
Yeah.
Well, Detective Polk and Hayes came to my house along earlier the TBI came. They never asked me if we had any guns. Rusty Martin, that testified yesterday and the day before, is my stepson. My husband died 10 years ago. But he and I have had a close relation. He's been very good to me, offering to do things for me. And he's the one that had a relationship with Melody.
Yes, ma'am.
But they never asked me if we had any guns. And I thought that was very strange because my husband was a hunter. And we had a very large gun safe in the garage, but of course, they were never out. This may be long. I hope I don't go around the bush to tell this. But anyway, I think in 1979, we built in 78. I think it was in 1979 for Christmas that year. My husband gave me a 38 snub-nose special. I never shot the gun. Roy went hunting. I never paid any attention to his guns. In fact, when we married, I was absolutely terrified of guns. And I guess I got over that a little bit, but never to the point of handling them and doing anything. When he gave me that gun, he gave me a $100 bill rolled up and put in the cartridges. And he made a joke. And Rusty was here. It was at our family Christmas, and he gave it to me. Said if he hadn't given me the $100 bills, he'd have never gotten away with giving me a gun. It was put in a drawer, different places. I even bought him a .357 Magnum. I couldn't tell you for Christmas one year. I couldn't tell you what that gun looks like, and it's in our safe. I couldn't tell you if it's chrome. Well, I couldn't. I'm sorry. I just don't know.
Okay.
Now, if it were a purse or shoe, I could tell you. But anyway, the .357 Magnum, my husband was sick and at home when Melody came up to help us take me to Nashville to doctor's appointments. And at that time, Roy had gotten sick. Before that, because he had a stroke and he had Parkinson's.
You're talking about Roy, your
Before that,
husband, not Rusty, right?
Right.
Okay.
Before that, he had kept his .357 Magnum in his closet on his side of the bed. I mean, his closet's on his side of the room. And he had gotten mine out for me to keep on my side for protection. Now, I believe the shells, they were never loaded. And I think the shells to my gun were, I don't know if they were in my closet or not, but my gun eventually ended up underneath my nightstand because I just didn't like having it in my closet.
Okay.
And my closet is about like Fibber McGee's closet anyway. And so sometime after he passed away, Melody wasn't here at the time. I took, and I don't know why, I did not put those in the gun safe, but I didn't. There was in one of the spare bedrooms upstairs, there is a chest at the foot of the bed when it's against the wall. And I put those two guns in there. I put a TV on top of it, and I don't even know what all, but I had stuff piled up on that I thought nobody is going to move all of that stuff to get in that chest. I was very weak one day when she was here, and I told her for several things were that I shouldn't have, but she had a way of, well, she was family. And I told her where those two guns were. Well, after she was arrested, I had someone come out and take a lot of things that I had gone through and stored in this particular bedroom, just in the floor and everything. And I wanted that TV taken, all this stuff taken to Goodwill. And while he was here, I said, would you look in that chest and see about those two guns? And he did. The .357 Magnum was there. My .38 Special was gone. I have also searched this house over to see. I mean, I know I'm not senile. I'm in very poor health. But that gun is gone. It was brought up in Rusty's testimony day before yesterday that his daddy had a .357 Magnum, and I almost believe that he said that I had the .38 because I was watching it, and the one that I was watching it on was the court TV, and there was a man down in the corner that would make comments, and he had the earphones on and everything. And when that was said, he said, that's where she got the gun. And I think that he even called, I think he called my name. My heart, I have felt so guilty ever since I realized my gun was gone. And then when it came up in court, I think that you all can go back and listen to that and realize that there is another gun. And another thing, it was in a little leather holster. And Scott found that gun, and she took that from my house. I was in the hospital 3 times, I know, from the time my husband died. I had heart surgery. And then I was in the hospital here in Tullahoma. I'm pretty sure it was 3 times. I know 2 times that my blood pressure dropped. And she was here, and she had access, and Rusty mentions in his testimony.
Okay, I can't talk about the testimony, though, because I'm under subpoena.
Okay, well, if you all can go back and listen to it, can you do that?
Okay. Now, was your gun in a holster?
Yes, it was in a holster.
Okay. A leather holster?
I guess that's one reason that I don't even remember if it was dark, chrome, whatever.
Who?
I'll check.
Okay, go ahead.
Pardon?
I'm so sorry, Miss Barton. Who was the guy that came over that you told to look for the guns after the arrest?
It was my nephew.
Okay.
But I really don't want him involved.
I understand. I am going to, and you've checked other places for the gun since, is that correct?
I have looked this house over. That gun is not here. And there were some other things that I told her that disappeared when she was here too. That she is the only person. She was the only person in this house. So I don't have a family. I've got a niece and nephew, and we were split up over Melody too. It just about broke our family apart. Her coming up here, and I think they were in contact with Chris and Scott and knew about Rusty. Honestly, I did not know that was going on. It made me sick to listen to the testimony. I don't even feel like I can go out of my house. I don't get up that much anyway. But hold my head up and tell Homer, because I don't know who knows this. I am so embarrassed.
Well, there's nothing that you did, so, I mean, there's no reason for you to be embarrassed.
I know, but it's the Martin name.
Well,
I'm just sick.
What's your phone?
I didn't sleep for
12. I muted it. Replaying at 12:30.
The legal team that's currently prosecuting the case, so they may give you a call later today, okay?
Okay.
Would that be
I'll
okay with you?
Yes,
Well,
I'll be here.
I'm sorry for your heavy heart, but I do appreciate you giving us a call.
Well, I just felt like by not telling this that I was almost aiding and abetting. And I know from the get-go she started throwing Scott under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't imagine a mother doing. I'm not a mother, but I cannot imagine a mother doing that.
Did she ever say anything untoward about her husband?
Pardon?
Did she ever say anything untoward about her husband?
Oh, she despised him.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to send your number and your information over. I wish you would feel good about walking around your hometown. You didn't do anything untoward or unethical, and you can't help the actions of other people.
Well, I know that, but I'm 84 years old, and I don't need to be going through this.
No. We'll hope it'll be over very shortly, and we'll take it one step at a time, okay?
Okay. I appreciate it.
Thank you so very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Captain, was that your complete conversation with Miss Barton?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak with her again after that phone call?
No, ma'am.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
All right, Sweeter.
Just briefly, how did this phone call get directed to you?
My administrative assistant came to my office and said there's a Martha Barton on the phone that wants to speak with somebody that knows something about the case.
Okay. And that would be, you would know something about the case because back on July the 5th, 2018, you were actually in charge of this investigation, the entirety of the investigation.
Well, I would say the captain was in charge of the investigation and then the lieutenant was in charge of the investigation, but I was in charge of parts of it, yes.
Okay, and you assigned...
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. I apologize.
Well, there's been multiple witnesses testify that you gave them assignments in the case.
Surely.
Him included.
Surely.
So you assigned him as the lead detective of this case.
Correct.
Correct. So what involvement have you had in this case ever since?
Since when? Since July 5th?
2018.
Until we would do periodic hot washes, reviews of what we were doing, where things were going, what evidence was coming in, and since 2018, after the arrest warrants were complete, then it was pretty much just Detective Hayes, or now Sergeant Hayes, finishing his narrative and keeping in touch with the prosecutor's office.
You used a term of art that I'm not familiar with. You said hot watch?
Hot wash.
Hot wash. What is that?
It's basically a debrief, see where you are evidence-wise, investigative-wise.
Okay. Anything else for this witness? Michael? That's all, Judge.
All right. Anything else?
No, Judge.
All right. You sit down.
Thanks, sir.
Have y'all had other conversations with her? Or
So,
you
yes, Judge, our office did reach out to her. Investigator Moore spoke with her. She put together a report of a summary of their conversation, which we provided to the defense last week as well. And that was on the same day, same Friday, at, let me see what time that was sent. It was later in the day on Friday the 18th. I don't know how to get the...
It was 7:36.
Thank you. More information. Thank you. Yes, 7:36 p.m. Investigator Moore had sent her a supplemental report regarding her conversation with Martha Barton.
All right. Y'all have gotten a copy of that?
We did.
Has any additional information disclosed in that?
So additionally, she kind of, Ms. Barton provided a timeline and stated that when her nephew came to help her, she realized it went missing around that time, which was in September of 2019, shortly after the defendant was arrested. She also, she ended up telling her cousin, who is the defendant's mom, Kay Walker, about the missing firearm. She did not necessarily give an estimate of when she did that, but she stated that she ended up telling her about the missing gun. She provided that when Martha would speak with Melody in the jail, she would say "I love you" to Martha Jane at the end of the call, and then shortly after telling her mother telling Kay Walker about telling Melody's mother, Kay Walker, about the gun, she stopped telling Martha "I love you." She never confronted Melody about the missing gun. I think that was summarily the new information that we obtained.
Right. And y'all have subpoenaed, effectuated services subpoena at this time, is that right?
Judge, I'm sorry, can I have one second?
Or
We have some more information too.
all right.
We spoke with her again today, this morning, and I say we, Investigator Moore spoke with her again this morning, so she's going to put together a report for that. But also,
Y'all want to just
Put her on the stand now.
All right.
oh yeah, Investigator Moore,
Go
sure.
ahead. All right.
Yeah.
We'll all find out together.
No, we know about it.
Yeah.
We don't.
If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, have a seat. Please tell the court your role in the DA's office.
Yes, I am a SVU investigator, Monica Moore.
Are you assigned to this team here for the case against Melody Farris?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been assisting putting the trial exhibits together and speaking with witnesses?
Yes.
Friday, the 18th, did you have the opportunity to speak with Miss Martha Barton?
Yes, I did.
And did you, after that conversation, put together a report and provide that to the defense
Yes.
defense attorneys?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to speak with her again today?
Yes, ma'am.
To follow up with her? And
Also, the sound of theirs going down. Just speak up a little bit louder.
Yes, sir.
what is it that she told you today?
Today she said that her niece Jennifer has been helping her because of her health issues, but her niece wanted to make sure that the gun was not in the safe And so over the weekend, her niece came over, and they checked the house over. They looked for it, and they went into the safe, and they found that the gun was not there, and that they also found some other items, some bullets that went with the 38 special bullets.
Okay. So the firearm, they looked for it over the weekend, essentially,
Yes.
her and her niece?
Yes.
And they still could not find it?
Correct.
Okay. Was there anything else that she told you that was new information from last Friday?
No, on Friday she did say, she described the box of ammunition as red and white box with a TG and Y sticker on it. She remembers that her late husband bought it probably from that store up in Tennessee.
And that was in your report that you provided on Friday?
Yeah, but no new information after that.
Okay, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Weaver, Mr. Ware.
Do you know anything about the manufacturer of the bullets? Does she have that information?
She did not have that information.
That's it.
Did y'all direct her to bring whatever she had with her down here?
I have told her to just keep everything there and keep it safe and yes.
All right, anything else from this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, you sit down, thank you. All right, anything else from the state on this issue?
I don't believe so, Judge.
All right. Argument?
We're asking the court to exclude.
I expected you were.
John, there's got to pull
Do you have a compelling reason? You have a compelling reason why I should exclude?
And honestly, I don't think you can exclude it right now. You want to?
Unless you argue you already
Yeah, as we all know, normally when you violate the sequestration rule, typically what the court ends up having to do is just giving a curative instruction to the jury at the end that it goes to the weight, not the admissibility of the person's violation. It's obvious from the audio recording that she did violate your court order, that she's not supposed to be watching it. My assumptions would be is that she has watched the entirety of the trial. Otherwise, she wouldn't know when Rusty was testifying, considering he was here, from my understanding, the entire week of last week and didn't even know when he was going to be called. He was essentially just at a hotel on standby to be available at any point in time. Under the case that I found this morning, it's State versus Brett Brown, and it is 354 Georgia App 493, the 2020 case. States that the court actually does have another option instead of just giving the curative instruction. It says that where counsel or the witness violates the rule intentionally, the court may strike testimony already given or disallow further testimony. The trial court's denial of a mistrial for violation of the sequestration rule is a matter of discretion and reversible only on a showing of prejudice. What ended up happening in the Brown case was there was a whole issue of whether or not the rule had even been violated at all, because it had something to do with two witnesses overhearing the judge behind closed doors. But that was actually never proven, and the court just ended up coming in and saying, I'm declaring a mistrial at this point, of which nobody essentially was requesting. Obviously, the defense was on board with it at that point, but the mistrial was overturned. The court, in making a statement that it is actually restrictable, was quoting the U.S. I think it's a Fifth Circuit case, Ferdin versus Land Sea Services, which is a 1993 case out of the Fifth Circuit. As discussed, and in that case it said there is no evidence showing that either the defense witnesses would have changed their testimony to match other witnesses. So it seemed like when you look at both of them together, well, actually, let me go into that part. So that was the Fifth Circuit case. The Brown case went on to state, instead, the trial court should have chosen an intermediate option, such as allowing cross-examination of the witnesses regarding the possible violation and instructing the jury that a violation of the rule should be considered in evaluating their credibility. So that is that. Is the way millage
is interpreted out of the Brown case.
It's taking it out of the Brown case is that under the pre-2013 statute, the witness could not be disqualified for testifying as a result of a violation of the sequestration order. The new evidence code, although the sanction is rarely used, the trial court may treat a violation of the sequestration rule by citing the guilty party for contempt, allowing opposing counsel to cross-examine the witness as to the nature of the violation, or 3, striking the testimony already given or disallowing further testimony as the rule has been intentionally violated and actual prejudice results. I don't think there's any doubt that we would be prejudiced by this, considering we got this evidence on Friday. There's also another witness that she names in her recording, being her nephew, that he's out of state. We might need to subpoena him, but we're in the middle of the trial now, and this has now just become an issue, even though Ms. Barton has been interviewed now by law enforcement on 2 separate occasions. And the court can clearly hear from her interview, she actually does not come up with this new theory of the gun on her own. She said that the man on court TV, the one wearing the headset, said that's where she got the gun. And that's where she got the idea from. So her testimony between the 2 interviews has completely changed. She's never, and she freely admits that she's never told anyone about this gun being missing, even though she's known it's been missing for the past 5 years. So the state wants to bring her down here, put her on the stand, say Melody stole the gun, even though there's absolutely 0 evidence of that. And in fact, if the court allows it, in her other interview, we're going to show where she was talking to Detective Hayes and Detective Pope, talking about, at length, about some boy who lived next door and was helping her husband and had broken into their house. So I think this, if there ever was a sequestration rule violation that needed to be excluded, this would be it. But I think, in all fairness, I think the court and Ms. Farris's counsel will have to voir dire Ms. Barton to see what all she is going to say, because obviously that small audio recording is not all of it, to get to the bottom, especially of how she knew when Rusty was testifying, how much of the trial she has watched. Because my belief would be that she's watched the entire thing. She watched Scott's testimony, because there's actually some conversation in there about Scott and Chris as well that the court heard. So for that, we would ask the court to exclude Ms. Barton's testimony.
All right, Stokes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Counsel, the issue is whether or not there's been a violation to the degree that she cannot testify. Judge, the first thing I want to cite to the court is OCGA section 171610, and that's the code section that says both parties can rely on materials and information furnished in the discovery, so both sides don't have to turn over the same thing. 171610 also says that either party may call as a witness any person listed on either the prosecuting attorney or the defendant's witness list. We have listed her several times on witness lists, I believe, and also information going to the defense. We kind of kept her, we did not subpoena her, we kind of kept her, we talked to her before trial, and I think we actually talked about that if we needed her, we could do Zoom or something along those lines. So she was not under subpoena for us. I'm assuming, and I'll let the defense say if otherwise, that she was under subpoena for the defense. If she was not under subpoena for the defense or the state, then she's technically not in violation of the rule of sequestration. And I know, Judge, when we argue the law, sometimes we have to argue the technicalities and the precision of it. And so I think she would not be in violation of the rule. That being said, I don't think...
And
no, we
y'all had her on witness list, but had not.
Right, and they had her on her witness list.
Y'all had her on call, I expect, and talked to her.
And we talked informally that if we needed her, we would agree by Zoom. But Judge, I think so. She's not in violation of the rule. The second argument is that
there's the issue of one. It's new evidence that hadn't previously been disclosed. Then there's whether or not there's sequestration issue.
Yes.
All right.
The second statutory law, I'm going to get some decisional law in a second, but OCGA section 1716.4c, 1716.4c, and that is the code section that deals with newly discovered evidence during trial. We actually have a code section on it. It says, if prior to or during trial, a party discovers additional evidence or material previously requested or ordered which is subject to discovery, and it goes on to say, such party shall promptly notify the other party of the existence. Judge, as soon as we found out on Friday, you may have noticed that we were sitting here in court, and we let them know and told the court we had some newly. We went out and discussed it, gave them the information, gave them the recording, and we've been nothing but candid with them and prompt with them. So I don't think it's any violation whatsoever. And then there's several cases that talk about Williams v. State, 261 Georgia App 410, 2003. It cites newly discovered evidence is not in violation of the 10-day discovery deadline because it is newly discovered. Dixon v. State, 252 Georgia App 385, 2001 says no violation because the evidence was newly discovered and was revealed as soon as practical after its discovery. In fact, the court in our system, as Your Honor knows, State v. Roberts, 247 Georgia 456, a 1981 case. The court, outside of all this newly discovered evidence, even if it was not newly discovered, that is the case, the Roberts case, they reopened the evidence during jury deliberations at the request of the jury. So the court has the ability to reopen evidence at any time and has that much discretion to do it. But when it comes to newly discovered evidence, it's a different rule, and there's been no violation whatsoever of that. And Mahogany, M-A-H-O-G-A-N-Y v. State, 366 Georgia App 750, 2023 case. So under the new rules of evidence, and it literally says, further, a violation of the sequestration rule affects only the weight and credibility of the witness's testimony, not its admissibility. That's Mahogany v. State, 2023 case. And then Park v. State, 314 Georgia 733, a 2022 case. It says, Park holds this. The Supreme Court stated, a party's remedy for a violation of the rule is to request the trial court to charge the jury that the violation should be considered in determining the weight and credit to be given the testimony of the witness. Now, when you look at this, I think there is no technical violation because they were not under subpoena, but in all candor to the court, she was a witness that could have been called by us. I do not think there's a violation that requires the court to charge the jury. I understand if the court charges the jury, there's nothing in this case to prevent her from testifying. And I know defense counsel has a job to do, and I know that this is evidence that should concern them, but I do not think they're telling the court that there's bad faith on part of the state. And the only way to cite counsel for the witness would be showing that there's some type of contemptible conduct by the party. And I can tell the court that that's not been done in this case. So I think they haven't, I think the court has great latitude and has, in fact, great discretion without it being newly discovered, but because it is newly discovered and has come in during trial, I ask the court to allow it.
Anything else?
Yeah, just to respond. In terms of it being newly discovered evidence, it's admissible. I mean, we're not really arguing that. We're arguing more the sequestration of it. If the court does end up allowing, what we're also going to be asking for is not for you to just charge the jury at the end, but prior to her testimony, state that, she was, you can fashion it however you want, but, something along the lines of, she was a potential witness, witnesses aren't supposed to be listening to other witnesses' testimony, and it's going to be her testimony that she listened to other people, so that can go, to her credibility, or however the court wants to word that.
All right. And what y'all's plan is to have her here Thursday morning?
Plan to have her here, I think, Wednesday evening, and have her here Thursday morning.
Right. Thursday morning for testimony.
And we'll be glad to make her available to
Yeah, I'd say I'd give y'all a chance to talk to her. Maybe we do that. I'll think about that.
We could have her as soon as 8 o'clock on it.
Yeah, that might be the
Thursday morning.
Yeah, I might have y'all.
I think the proper procedure is more than we have to do it.
Well, I'd let y'all talk to her, and then if we probably need to, may need to do the same thing with her prior to the jury with the evidence and let her testify as to what the evidence would be.
Was it motion to eliminate?
Yeah. And then if y'all want to present me a proposed charge, I'd consider it, although I may not. I'll look at that. But y'all definitely can cross her about all that, and that she was a potential witness, and then whatever this other issue you said about whether or not someone else potentially took it, that's also something you could look in, question on. But I think based upon everything that's been presented, I'm going to allow it. I'll consider some sort of limiting instruction if y'all want to put one together and let me look at it. I'll consider that, and we'll talk about that more on Thursday. We could probably have the jurors report a little bit later on Thursday morning, give y'all a chance to talk to them, whatever her testimony is going to be on the record prior to bringing the jurors in, go over anything else we need to discuss before we present that evidence, and then go from there, although we have the afternoon plan at the moment. All right, anything else?
That's all. Well, we have one more issue.
Yeah. I provided, sort of to pick up where we left off on Friday, I provided both the defense and the court sort of a rundown of the digital evidence within Ms. Harris's presentation. I broke it down by, I think, the two main issues that the defense has, which is essentially what's titled geofence, but is the Google location services. And then the second portion is the Apple Health activity. I think those were really the two issues that the defense had with the presentation. I outlined several cases on the memo that used Google location services. Ultimately, I guess to clarify, which I think was helpful even with me going through stuff, was the word geofence is actually the way that law enforcement provides the information to Google to obtain their location services. Geofence is not different than their actual location services on their phones and their apps. All it is closing it off to a certain location and a time frame. That's why it's called geofence, but ultimately the Google location services use the same technology that has been around for a while, so GPS, cell site location, and also Wi-Fi. And all of those have been admitted in trials for a while. And I just cited some cases that specifically discussed the Google location services and some geofence warrants. Most of the cases when they come up are in a framework of a Fourth Amendment issue, a motion to suppress issue. There weren't a ton of cases outlining the reliability of it. However, it's 1C, the amicus brief by Google. Google filed an amicus brief in a case that I think was very helpful. It considered, they referenced Carpenter, they referenced all of these cases that are a bit more specific to the Fourth Amendment, but in that amicus they discuss how it works and why it's reliable, and that it really just uses the same technology that we have been using in our phones and in our cars and so forth. And it describes that kind of when you pull up Google Maps, shows your location in a blue dot, and then if it's not as certain of the exact location, you'll see like kind of a blue circled hue around the dot. And so once your connection gets better, kind of the hue goes away and you see your location. And so it describes that and why it has, when you get a return for the Google location services, it has that radius, and that is the certainty of the actual location of that device. And so I'll move on to the Apple Health activity. That is a little bit more novel of a case, but I found, of technology, but I did find a 702 analysis in a case. And so I cited that is United States versus Riego. It's a 2022 case. And it was a circuit court. It was not an appellate court, but it applied the 702 analysis for an expert witness. And so the court held in that case, and you can read it, I quoted the case there, Judge, that the defendant was arguing that the testimony is unreliable because the witness was unsure of when and who at the FBI monitored and validated the UFED system. That's to Celebrate. Basically, they did what we did here, Judge. They pulled the activity information from the Celebrate extraction, from the cell phone extraction, which is what we did. And then they had a presentation through a digital forensics expert. And they basically just validated the monitored and validated the UFED system, which was Celebrate, and was unsure about how the application that counted the steps worked. But in other words, apart from knowing that the FBI monitors the system to ensure it is working properly, French did not know whether the system was working accurately on the day he used it to analyze the data from the defendant's phone. Nevertheless, this point affects the weight of the testimony rather than admissibility and can be brought out on cross-examination. It does not render the opinion unreliable. Regarding the health application, French, the witness, did not know the specifics about the operation of the application, but his intended testimony is solely regarding the technical knowledge and data that was pulled off the application from the UFED and Celebrate system. To the extent the inner workings of the health application are relevant, such points can be brought out on cross. So essentially, it's the same role as Ms. Harris would. She would just be communicating the data to the jury in an understandable manner. So,
all right. One of the things I thought about over the weekend, in the middle of the night when I think of things like that, we talked about, I brought up Toxilizer, and then over the weekend I thought about an Alka sensor. Now, we all know the Alka sensor spits out a number. Alka sensor being a roadside personal breath test device. The number is not admissible in court because the device, even though it spits out a number, is a scientific device and is not inherently reliable. It's not tested, it's not calibrated, it's a portable breath test that, because it's floating around somewhere in the car of the police officer, is subject to variables. And that's even a device that, is approved for use on the side of the road. And so again, I don't know. We all think we know how it works. We don't really know how it works. I have a better idea maybe than others, but I still don't know how it works. It still goes through Apple's filter and their proprietary information. And so I still think I need to hear more evidence if y'all are wanting to get that data presented to the jury. I might, in thinking about it in that term, comparing it to Alka sensor, I might let the witness say that based upon review of the data that was collected, that there was some activity. And that might be, that's better than saying no activity, but I'm still not 100% about that yet. But
sure, and to that point, Judge, and I can proffer this, the testimony about her activity is pretty general. It would be, she had more activity on this night than a year's worth of, and it was an outlier.
Right.
We're not getting into sort of like, well, she climbed this many flights, so that means she went up and down the stairs that many times. You know, it's not that specific. It was just an outlier.
Your report does have that, so that's probably where I have.
Okay, so the presentation is just the outlier graph.
Right.
You know, so to the point of what she would be presenting in her presentation, it is a very general outlier scenario, sort of like the phone calls with Rusty that we were able to point out. Well, Ms. Harris was able to point out, you know, they didn't speak at this time ever. It's sort of the same concept, just statistically speaking, comparing her own activity with her own activity.
I think that is probably more in line with what would be appropriate without going to specific number of steps and specific number of flights and that kind of stuff. But again, I still, if you got, you know, I know you're looking and still trying to find more information, and I'm willing to, you know, let y'all keep plugging away at it.
Can I clarify with the court, or have the court clarify?
The Google stuff I'm fine with.
Okay.
I think that's
okay.
Or I think that is certain, and it gives specific, you know, it is submitting and pinging back a specific, you know, latitude, longitude point, and then has a variable around it, and so that, you know, shows the margin of error, if you will.
Sure.
So I think that is appropriate, and I believe that has reached a level of scientific certainty that is appropriate to be presented in court.
Okay. And can I just have the court clarify? So the data itself within the phone, within the extraction, the phone that gave us the data with which Ms. Harris is providing to the jury, that part is stipulated to. So I guess I'm not sure what the court is looking for when it comes to the data itself, as far as the functionality of it.
Well, y'all, whatever you think you can get to convince me. But
I do have, I guess my second question would be, if I have that information with Ms. Harris found a study that was done, she is not comfortable testifying about that study.
Right.
Okay.
That's part of the problem is we don't have someone who can testify to me as
right.
to its scientific reliability.
Right, which could definitely be a subject for cross, and I understand that. Is that something that the court is interested in, that type of article?
The more you can give me, the better it is, but I don't, like I said, I don't think that there has been a case that's really utilized it. Part of it depends on what you're trying to do. Sure. If your ultimate, what you're trying to get in is that she was on her phone and she's walking around, I think that's okay. I think
sure. So
it's when you want to say she walked half a mile or she went up and down 12 flights of stairs.
I can tell you.
Slides in their presentation.
Right. Correct.
Well,
so
I believe there's one slide that provides the distance that the phone provides.
Right.
The testimony we obviously have to provide them the data that we got, right? So that would be that.
That would be kind of like similar to the Alka sensor. So the officer on the stand knows what the number is, but can't testify to the number.
Unless it's open.
So
the door's open.
Correct.
Sure. So Ms. Harris, ultimately, that number, whatever the number says it is, when pulled a year's worth of her activity from just 1 hour, 11 p.m. to 12 a.m. every single day, there are only 3 times, right, that she is
more active on that day than she was on that day.
Exactly. And so that is essentially the purpose of pulling the number. So if the court is more comfortable with us leaving the number out and just stating the outlier dates, I mean, we're happy to do that and carve it out to the court's comfortable.
I think that is something that I think your witness could articulate that.
Sure.
But I'll still give y'all a chance. But I'll still let you give me some more information and give y'all a chance to revisit it before we get to it.
Yeah. If you could, we have a copy of the case we'd like to present to the court. That would be Albright v. the state, 354 Georgia Appellate 538. That would be Albright versus the state, 354 Georgia Appellate 538. That's a 2020 case. And it kind of actually is the only thing. Most of the cases that Ms. Frankish has noted in her memorandum, and everyone knows Ms. Frankish is very diligent with her legal research, but they're all circuit court cases in federal court from all over the United States, but not really local to the state of Georgia, maybe the Trump case to some degree. And then a number of these cases on Apple activity
I don't think that was ever testified to or admitted from.
Oh, I know. It's just.
Yeah, no. I mean, it was brought up. But I don't think it ever. It was brought up. I don't think it was ever addressed by the court. I don't think the court ever heard that evidence. And it's on appeal, and I don't think that evidence was ever presented. But that was also a totally separate sideshow issue, not having anything to do with the criminal case and the actual evidence against the defendant that was pending. So I mean, I know you're arguing against it, but I'm also, that's the reason why it might not be.
Sure. And then moving on to the Apple Health activity, this is, South Carolina versus Murdaugh, and all these cases that aren't really, there's no cites for these cases, and it's not found in science. That's the point. Even within her own research, it becomes very clear. And I have to disagree. I believe the issue on Google is not a found in science either, if you look at the cases that they cite to. And I do have, this Albright case kind of discusses Penlink. And ultimately, the Court of Appeals can't get anywhere because the primary issue in this case was discussing ineffective assistance of counsel primarily. They can't get past that. But the court did limit the use of Penlink in that case. And so therefore, after the inquiry that this court was taking, I think it should take under consideration what the Court of Appeals has had to say regarding Penlink.
Yeah. Well, kind of going back to what we talked about earlier today, you presented the CPAP data. Using that as another analogy, had you tried to present evidence of some medical issue based upon that data, I would not have allowed that so using that same, because that wasn't reliable source would be my concern there. But the activity, I think, is a different issue, and that it was being used, and it was being used on or about these times. Now, if you tried to say it was specifically being used at this time on this day, that may be a different issue. But the fact that it was generally being used overnight on those days, and there was activity every day or every evening until the night that it wasn't used, I think that's an appropriate use of that data. So I guess in that regard, I'm probably using a 403 limitation on it, but it's a very interesting issue and very ripe, and I think it's still evolving, and so y'all keep looking and we'll keep talking about it.
And just from Mr. Weaver's argument, he talked about different cases and circuit cases. Under 24.104A, the court is not bound by the rules of evidence, and then under 24.7702F, for the Daubert standard, we are specifically to look at federal courts.
Right.
Is the court fine with us? If we do, we'll copy the defense, of course. If we come up with some studies, maybe some
everything that y'all can give me, I'll happily look at it.
All right, thank you.
All right, anything else we can take up?
I don't believe so. Oh, one thing, I'll probably be late tomorrow. John Luke will be here, but I'm going to be at the office working with our staff members on some of our cases.
Okay, that's fine. All right, we'll be in recess till the morning.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. United and free. We'll write a new paradigm. United and free. United and free.